I played the Great Ace Attorney and it was okay. Now let me explain before you dislike and click off. First, I'm only talking about the first game. I think the second game was phenomenal, but the first game suffered a lot because of it. As a standalone game, it felt like this one was incredibly lackluster. The first case was unbearably long, the second case, if you can even call it that, is repetitive, unfulfilling, and got rid of one of the coolest characters to ever grace the Ace Attorney series, and the fourth case existed. I loved cases 3 and 5 and thought both were great in their own way. Case 5 is probably my favorite case out of every Ace Attorney game I played so far. But I don't think that's enough to warrant half of your game being okay at best. I feel like it's fair to highlight what the game has done really well and where it severely underperforms. And for me, that's a whole 2 episodes and a half. In this video, see me vary from excitement to impatience to coming back around to being interested just for the game to lose that as soon as the next episode hits. But the 5th case was really good, so it kind of made up for the not so great experiences, so what do I know? Anyway, if you like what you see here, consider liking and subscribing. These videos usually take a long time to edit, so I'd greatly appreciate it. And with that, I'll see you in the next one. Someone's dead.
The turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
How? How? Aren't you the main character? That's enough. Wait, who's gonna help me, by the way? Or am I just gonna defend myself here? I'm this man's lawyer. Oh. You look cool. He looks cool. No one has the right to treat him as a criminal. I don't know the laws from back in the day, but does this count as threatening, and can you arrest him for this? But really, Cosmo, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Wait, do they know each other? Ha ha ha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. They do! My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Cosmo. Okay, if this is anything like Mia, you're not gonna last, bro. So I might as well use your thumbnail for next stream. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. I don't think Her Majesty is there anymore, actually. Asogi, may I have a word? Who's this? Oh! Maya! It's the Maya of this game, and other dude. So is there like a constant fan blowing in your face? Is that why like this is always moving, or is this like mechanical? That's his aura. He's him. As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Okay, I do. Oh my god, is this our wedding vows? No way. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Oh wait, though, that's Ryunosuke. No, I don't. I'm not gonna say I do to that. Of course not. Wait, what? What do you mean, of course not? What? Oh, well, he's so cool. You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god. Big fan. Big fan of this. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. What? Yeah, ooh. I do it! Me! I'll do it! Hi! What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really? Oh, the objection animation is cool too. Oh my god, it's so polished. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Nice save there, Cosmo. Good job. Isn't that so, Naruhodo? Yeah, what he said. Yep, Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. We're so screwed. John H. Wilson. No! Sherlock Holmes, I'm so sorry. Oh, a potential victim. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. hello, would you like to be murdered today? And introduce myself to Dr. Wilson. Okay, how did that lead to you holding a gun? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. So it was Ryunosuke, Wilson, and then someone else. There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there were 2 other guys, right? Oh, never mind. Did not see this person. There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Okay, so yeah, she killed him. I think that's pretty obvious now. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. I cannot be... Are you dense? Like, I just started. I said, yo, defend myself. Motherfucker, you know this! This is a hell of a sketch, man, really. It tells a lot. It shows that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 tables and 1 dead body. Wow. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Armor Sergeant Iyasa Nosa. Iyasa Nosa. That's a pun. I just don't know what it means. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employers a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the affluence of our nation, Nippon. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. The wicked university cadets, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Is no one concerned that he's holding a knife right now? Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Hello? Excuse me. I object. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Oh, well shit, he knows what he's doing. The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Let me try. Alright? Sit back quietly, please.
Objection!
Oh, that's so... Oh. Goosebumps. That's so nice. The day you start saying objection, oh my god. Oh, that would be great. Instead of just saying, yes! Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. That's my job. Oh, this game might be peak. Black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. What do I even have to present, first of all? Oh. And from the back, yeah, what the...
Yes!
The hell do you mean? Am I wrong? Like, you can be honest with me. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Where did the child come from? Where did it come from? Oh, that's what this is for? I thought that was part of the uniform. I had no idea. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney's turnabout and ace attorney in back-to-back sentences? Holy shit. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure! Treasure? Aren't you trying to sell that? Why are you slamming it on the table for? Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, my prized coin! What is that sudden change? It's so weird. Hido, tension! Your father's about to quell the enemy! Watch and learn, my boy! I love the bonding time they spent together. And this was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hot clinic? No! I swear, if there is a hottie look-alike in this game, I'm done playing it. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction... Oh my god, hold on. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. But the steak was eaten. That's weird, right? If I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Got their ass. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Korakuta. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Words. I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Oh, clever, huh, Ryunosuke? Huh? Did you like that? Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? God, that was so lame. I mean, yeah, sure, yeah. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? He's my favorite character. He's my favorite character. That is such a sick pose. Oh my god. Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. From whom, exactly? That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Shit. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter would not, or could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What, if he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosanaga's real identity, as proven by this evidence. What can I... Yeah, I can. Chief Inspector, what the hell? Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. My brother in Christ, you're a Chief Inspector? What happened? Is he allowed to do that? I have to take on 3 guys? Pause. Wait a second. No, I'm not rewording that. It's fine. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. Well, why? Because Britain will be like, oh, what? You're accusing one of our people? It's kind of fucked up. And then Japan's gonna be like, ah, but your woman killed a guy, so like that's more fucked up, don't you think? And then Britain will be like, no, you, and then war ensues. I get it, man. I understand. It would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. I love you. But Your Excellency, I would be missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to, I had a little spaz there, what the hell? In order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Yeah, well, I don't care. Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. He's so cool. What? I thought he was just gonna be lame. I thought he was gonna have a stick up his ass. But no, he's a vibe. He's base as fuck. I love that. Let's go. He's much more relevant in the second game. Interesting. I wonder how the judge is gonna be more relevant. I really like that jingle. I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. Kazuma, I beg of you not to die. I need you not to die, okay? You need to promise me this. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Britt. Okay, is she hot? Yes. Your Excellency! Is she hot? Can't really tell much. 3 days ago at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? We're just gonna keep doing this over and over again, huh? She says... yes. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a fire. What about the giant... do you not see the giant hat? I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Man. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. Wow, they really included that, huh? Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of the print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Oh! I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Oh. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. But she literally just said it was left exactly as it was, so now she's backpedaling. Does no one find that weird? Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up.
It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlemen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? You are a horrible detective, by the way. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. It's so very conveniently see-through, huh? Why is there a bull tattoo? I'm satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Nah, I'd win! Wait, your excellency! Ryunosuke, I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
This amateuress is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. There's no longer... Nah, I'd object. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. The Jujutsu Kaisen brain rot, bro. It's seeping into the streams. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Oh?
Objection! Dear me, I was pondering what new pitfall you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly it has nothing whatsoever to do with that magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed that when he was performing the post-mortem examination, it was deemed unrelated to the case of to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it... Oh wait, that's the judge. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. What is in it? What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
I got you, Brody. Right there.
Yes. The beefsteak.
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Oh! Oh!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I'll guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Oh! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn. Are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. This music, bro. This music.
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Dude, they are piggybacking off each other constantly. I adore their relationship. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... Yo, that's crazy. What the hell? No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, it's only possible. If the man was already dead. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brent knows something about it. Can I just say, that was one of the coolest moments in Ace Attorney ever. Like, that was so cool. Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted. What? Wait, you speak Nihongo? But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? What have you to say it after 3-5? Oh, well, 3-5 is like peak Ace Attorney. But this is also a really cool moment. My mother tongue, the Queen's English. Ex-Queen. Yikes. Is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh, well, a little bit racist there, aren't we? Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentleman. Racist as ever. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Poison. I doubt he was poisoned, but like, what if? But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. I hope that is the last time I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Bitch is racist as fuck, and she's like, but don't take offense to it, you snowflake. What the hell? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. I can't wait for her to get her comeuppance, man. As soon as this case is over and she gets sent to jail, I never want to see her bitch ass again. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Actually, press, because I have no idea what to do here. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You cannot have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. Why is he shocked? Oh my god, you're right! Oh my... Holy shit! You know, it'd be fine if she was just insulting Ryunosuke, but she takes any, and I mean any, opportunity to just include the entire Japanese group. In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Okay, I'm not saying it's a smart way to approach things, but it works for me, so... Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today. Grind don't stop, baby. Not even murder stops it. Just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Wait, whoa. So how do I interact while he's coughing? Is he gonna tell me that? Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Oh, and I can see the game later on doing something like and you have to like present certain pieces of evidence to a specific person rather than just as a collective, which would be pretty cool. I mean, it doesn't already do that? No, it already does that, doesn't it? I feel like it'll get more complicated later on though. Like what if like during the 5th case it gets a lot harder to do that? I don't know. We'll see. But by moving the marker left and right with AD, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. Interactive gameplay!
Wait.
Oh, no, AD! AD! There we go. I was about to say, it's not letting me do it. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Can you show me the evidence before you die, please? A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take that. Oh, that poison! 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 This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz. Oh my god. That's horrible. Having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. That's what I'm gonna say to someone that's clearly dying. Hey, can you control your fervor? Whatever the hell you have going on there. You're kind of ruining the vibe. What is this, the bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you ever even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
Ahem. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on—
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped. That was so cool, by the way. I wasn't expecting her to have, like, her own little animation.
And? What did you find, Inspector?
I ordered a test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. She's from Britain, my dude. Like, what the fuck do you mean? You check it doesn't have to be from this country. Oh my god, we're so fucked.
Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point?
I don't know, maybe. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's try it out. Kazuma?
Shit!
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Yo, Mia! Yo, Diamond's right. We need Mia. Where's she at? Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving. We're not done. That's what I thought. Who's this? Oh, it's Maya too! Susato or Susato? Susato Mikotaba, judicial assistant to the defense. What? Like, her profession is judicial assistant. And just not like sidekick 1 and now sidekick 2. Understood. Wow. She's cool, man. What an entrance.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
Man, just like Reddit, huh?
Well, Miss Brett,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
No, I wasn't asking, by the way. Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
He's so cool, man. My favorite judge so far. Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I never even heard of it!
Correct, which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What? Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist?
Oh no, man, it says it right here. According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe as a turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? No. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. She's so hard to beat, man. The culprit did put Curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Maybe, man. I don't know. You want to give some input to this? We've been hearing a lot about this Curare poison. And it's left me curious about something.
Oh, Counsel?
Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years, to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting.
So we've been led to believe, yes.
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison.
Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness.
But I actually found the answer to that conundrum. In this research paper here, under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound.
Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense.
Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Oh, you know what? That's fair. Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... That thing's alive? So, with this lethal poison, it's completely harmless when drunk. Then how can I have killed blah blah blah, yeah, whatever. The professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? There's always something here, huh? That's basic science, science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in court! Order! The logic holds, if the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right.
Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What? This is cool. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Oh, that is so cool. Shut up. That's so cool. He finally said it. I don't think so, Miss Giselle, Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence, as we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the courier? Fuck. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Sure, man, I don't know. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth for the 5th time in the row in this show. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Well, it's good, man. What can I say? Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Check the evidence first. I can't! It doesn't let me! It lets me do it here, maybe. It didn't let me, like, while I was investigating. There's, like, no option to do that. What is this? Are you... Why does it... Why? It only lets me do that when I get it wrong. Why? There is no, like, intermission for me to check that. How do I lift it up for you, buddy? Oh, like, okay. Did the angle in which I do it matter? I had to do it, like, through here specifically so it lifts it up? Or does that only activate when I inspect it? I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Objection. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. Objection. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuta back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. The identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuta's koban is all too clear. What? What? Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Well, how? How dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? Okay. I think the baby just killed his dad. Oh no, almost. What? Yes, it was me all along! The baby! I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Idle, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the stake. Hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. So, how does this connect back to Brett? Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. So what's gonna happen to me? And good day. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. This time for sure, guys. This time for sure it's the last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Oh my god. I'm going to need some evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Well, I don't... What'd she say again? The photographic print of the scene, taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Alright, is this it? Is this the final nail in the coffin? It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, couldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in this steak at all. But, what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to... I've heard enough, you irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Get it? Clever, right, Ryunosuke? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Not really. Yes, now, at last, it's all come together. This time for sure, guys! The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing Korakuta's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hit the coin underneath it.
But then the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman. I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders.
Okay, so I now see the confusion on Hosonoga's part, but also, you had every plate. You should have seen the blood. Man, half-ass inspector, huh?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak. Ah, there it is. And its plate. Please, feel free to examine it.
Oh shit, man, it's right there. There's the blood.
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on this side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo to have shot the victim.
It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you!
Did the swan die?
Outdone by a Japanese. Me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No. No.
Oh, no, it's alive and well. Oh, and she's leaving. Wait, was that a chick? Was that a, what? Oh, yeah, no, yeah. What's going on? So are we done? That's it, right? Arrest her.
I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo.
No!
It would seem this trial has finally run its course.
Yeah, the game is so self-aware, bro. They know.
I presume the prosecution is in agreement?
This can't be. Takatsuchi Aoji does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? Yes?
This insult to the Aoji family name
Oh god, I keep mashing. Sorry.
will never be forgotten.
Yeah, whatever you say, buddy.
You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Tell that to the government! It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
I didn't think it could get hotter. But he found a way.
1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world, but the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand. Your Excellency. Mission? What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Oh, yes? In you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty.
Oh, and the cherry blossoms, look at that! Oh, this is nice. I like this so much more.
This court is now adjourned.
That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder.
Oh yes, her.
It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all.
Yeah, but she's also British, so... She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future, for Shanghai.
What? Shanghai? Why?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that.
What? But why not? It is a matter of consular jurisdiction. I assume this is Susato? No, it is him. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? No one! A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. So she goes away scot-free. Got it. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment that she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Professor? You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As a head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I can't get enough of her kimono, man. It is so pretty. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo's release. Oh, yes. Thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin. Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. Oh wait, your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. You're jinxing it, and now he's dead. Don't jinx it. The game is jinxing it for me. This is Mia. This is what Mia would say. He's dead. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Oh. You're still here, and we're never gonna get the chance. Okay. Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize, he never would have the chance. Just how much it would change my life. And finally! My god, that case took 7 hours! Whoa, 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 whoa.
So then, let us unravel
Oh, it's him!
the mystery.
Right? This is Sherlock Holmes? Oh, wait, Herlock Sholmes?
Pray, do excuse me.
What is going on? Wait, what? Those are your bullets? Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, this guy is so cool! So what's in the wardrobe? That was cool. That was so cool. I like him. I like him a lot. Wait. I can't move. Oh, of course. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? Is he the new Maya? Is this the second time you get convicted of murder? Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? I didn't do shit. Where is he? Where's Cosmo? Are you kidding me? Cosmo's body was discovered not long ago. Alright, where's like the British equivalent of red-white? Is it gonna be like, what, blue-red or something? I don't know. We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. So wait, how do we go to court if we're stuck on the ship? Are we just gonna resolve it here? That's different. Cosmo brought me something to eat just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yeah. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Cosmo was killed. I'm a deep sleeper, man. What do you want from me? I'm going to work out who took Cosmo's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Yeah! Oh. What the? That was a Susato takedown. You name them? You name them. Okay. A Susato what? What martial art form is that? The Susato technique. I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? Have you? Oh, where did you come from? You've noticed the man too, have you? It's hard not to notice. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh, this is a critical point in my investigation. Okay. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Okay. Oh, greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. What exactly were you doing on Cosmo's desk just now? Huh, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh, yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well that's true at least, yeah. But, how? What? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And, when the bereaved occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Oh, he's so cool. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo. Absolutely wicked. You are scarily influenced. Like, this is not a good look for you. For pity's sake, open your eyes, woman! I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously! Oh, forgive me. Are you dense? I'm none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. What, dead? Yeah, I would hope so. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? No! Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me? The now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in? Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 parts? Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, "You think this is me?" It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. No, I don't look the same. We look very different. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely, this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara Bonsai Mikado. Nado Nado. I trust you are suitably impressed. Okay, he might be peak, I'm not gonna lie. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A snake? Do you think Sholmes is hiding the thinker under his hat and is the real killer? Not at the moment, but later on, yes. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Now he's just being plain rude. We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Hiya! After Kazuma spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? Can you help me take these handcuffs off? The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And now I wait to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku. Now I feel like this is gonna be like an important... This is gonna be an important character, maybe? I don't know. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Yo, motherfucker had one job. He had one job. And you utterly failed at it. That's crazy. I don't believe it. Kazuma was assassinated? He was too hot for the world. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? No! It's your fault! The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to trust the investigation to you. That was the point of this, yes. I wasn't expecting you to join. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Are you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. Clearly not. You got the guy killed, so... And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. I don't trust him. Like, I don't feel safe with you. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. It feels like every other, like, line she says, she's just giving me the most pitiful look. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm struggling right now. Excuse me. But could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. I didn't kill anyone! The other part's true, though. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Man, he just hates everyone, huh? Oh no! Oh. No! Here, we are on the finest part of Buria steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? The one that died. Who else? What? What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Oh my god, is someone else dead? Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside! Oh wait, that's him. I thought that was the woman talking. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? Truly is the best character in this franchise. It really is. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. I swear to God, if it's Giselle for the second time in a row, man. I swear to God. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh. Oh my gosh, she's in there. No way. So, wait, so she just hid herself as this bitch. Started disguising herself as this guy. But they look very different. What you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? Are you Gojo Satoru because you're the strongest? Or are you the strongest because you're Gojo Satoru? Oh my god! The Jujutsu Kaisen brain rot is generational, man. It's generational. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one. Your true identity is that of a villain. And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. What? The game is afoot! Old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. This is so cool, what? You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. He's so cool, though. I mean, come on. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Oh my god, she's fucking gorgeous. What? Oh my god. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. This game refuses to make a woman above the age of 18. Like, Christ almighty. I'm able to see Susatos' face. I'm able to see whatever, the ballerina's face. But I can't see the legal woman's face? Come on, man. And you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh, shit! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? Dude, the gunshot sound is so loud in this game, huh? And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist when we are finished. What the hell, man? Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Sure.
Yes!
Rotate? How do I rotate? For years you have been on the run in your homeland, and the hat has never left your head. As a result, almost unbelievably, your thick beard has woven itself inextricably together with your hat. But now you have an itch, and somehow you must reach it, even if it means cutting the hat off. What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. But the hat. Oh my god, I used the arrow keys? Oh, whatever, man. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? Didn't Herlock just tell you that this is a ballerina? I don't know. Isn't there a picture of her dancing, like right there? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, that is probably my favorite currency name ever. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovic Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Whoa, what a beautiful earring, huh? It's different from the article, too. This is a different earring. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or... Can the snake breathe in there? It's probably trying to get air. But no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Oh, this is so cool. Blowjob Brothers! It's the meme! They're Blowjob Brothers! Holy shit. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage a pet? You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Borea is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself. She tried, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... I don't know anything. Oh. Why must you lie? Why must you lie? What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain the report. That's very handy. Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. I don't know what object it could have been. Like the hilt of the sword, maybe. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewmen who are usually on guard here. Oh, yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Anything at all? Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Oh God, he's a fucking idiot. You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Oh God. Oh God, I'm surrounded by imbeciles. Oh, I cracked myself up. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head that... Did this assassin knock everyone out? Oh, there it is. What's that? Uh-oh. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile fore. Full stop, hard to starboard, all hands brace for impact. Titanic 2. What the... It's about to be a reenactment of Zero Escape. I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Oh, we're tilting. Okay, well. I can't stand. Susato, hold on to me. Is that you in there, Naruhodo? Unbolt the door quickly. What? The bolt? Because the ship tilted. Everyone has a headache because the ship tilted and they didn't prepare for that, and so they all got knocked over in their sleep? Maybe? That's probably it. So the assassin didn't even do all that. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Another one? Okay. What if it was the tilting of the ship? What if it was the false alarm and no one killed Kazuma? Because I feel, at this point, like, no one in this room did it. Where the fuck did the snake come from? Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. Wow, I didn't think I could see something more wrong in my life, but you proved me wrong. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Oh, there it is. Oh, Naruhodo, look! That looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. That's definitely not a snake, that's for sure. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratch doesn't appear to be around here. Oh, yeah, I presented it. Right.
Yes!
Claw scratch! Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah. No. Oh! It's a cat! Look at him, he's so cute! Darka. Darka. That's adorable.
Yes!
There we go. Yes, an examination of the mark of the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Sogi lost his life? You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. So was it actually just an accident? Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Oh wait, is that the bell Darka has on her collar? Oh, I see. Wait, where's Darka now? The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. Actually, it's the owner's fault, because the cat shouldn't even be on board. Can we not arrest her, please? Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. That is true, that they do that often. Yeah, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Oh, I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... Rest in peace. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. Yeah, where's the cat? Oh my god, this entire case is just an accident, bro. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please, remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. There's no way that Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it?
Yes!
Oh! There it is. Okay, cool. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. That's the glass bell the kid had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? You know what? I didn't even, think about that. Yeah, fair enough. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Osogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in that room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself will be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. So wait, is the murder, the murder of the entire crew? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and oh my god. Biff, please. Biff, no. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our Angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please. I love the name Biff, bro. What happened here? I made an oopsie. Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Oh my god, it actually was the cat! Oh god, no way, bro! Oh, come on! Kazuma, they did you so dirty! He's a fraud! A fucking fraud! This is the worst game I've ever seen. It gets better, trust. It gets better, trust. It's literally just this case. I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But, what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I had no other choice. I see. So you run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Are you? It was a little fucky-wucky, okay? She fucked up, alright? Like, can we forgive her? It wasn't even that bad. Let her live her life in America. I don't care. And also, she's just 15. God, leave her alone. May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? Uh-oh. It just doesn't seem to make sense. Oh my god. When will this case end, bro? Was Mr. Osogi really going to pull the bell cord? No! He was heading towards the... Oh my god! Look in the direction where the bell cord is, please! What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Does this really need to be explained? If I said this has payoff next game, would you believe me? The 13 Sentinels recommendation is carrying you, man! It is carrying you! Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. We are not arresting her, right? But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. Oh, thanks, man. I'm sure she doesn't know that already. I hope you'll never forget that. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident of the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. Yo, this feels so shitty. I do not feel like the good guy right now. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over the— Are you fucking— I've never felt this bad about a case before. I've never felt like, oh my god, I'm doing something bad here. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosma's death feels like such a waste. You know what also feels like a waste? Sending a 15-year-old girl to British prison. I'm just saying. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Why are we arresting her then? Why? Just a silly series of mistakes. Even the girl that was closest to Kazuma is saying that it's an accident. Why are we handing her over to the police? In the light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. I will be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, Oh, hell yeah, dude. I was hoping this would happen. I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. The ending of this episode is kind of fire, I'm not gonna lie. Everything that doesn't involve the case. Karma? I love this song. That's right, his prized sword that's been passed down through generations to the Isogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. He's so cool, man! We were robbed! That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Finally! Oh my god.
And welcome to the center of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Where's my beans on toast? Whoa, what is this? What is this place again? Big Ben, actually. This is a Lord Chief's that... Oh. Dude, wouldn't it have been so much cooler if we're like in Big Ben itself and they just decked it out? Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning, sorry for keeping you. Who's this? Oh my god, he's hot. God damn it, another hot one. Please don't die. Oh my god, you might die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi, at least. That is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me. It's me, obviously. It's me. I can do it. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. I'm him, Strongheart. You don't understand. Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? I will go commit a murder, and then you solve it, okay? Is that possible? Is that the test? So what form would the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an app trial about to begin later today. Well, fuck. Imagine you get the news like, hey, there's a guy from Japan that's not a lawyer but really wants to be. Only has about a month and a half of training. He's gonna be your lawyer today. An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. Oh, thanks, man. No pressure. If the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Oh, he will die. By my hand. Mr. Naruhodo. Are you a lawyer because you're Mr. Naruhodo? Are you Mr. Naruhodo because you're a lawyer? Will you I'd win? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. Hey, maybe you should lead with that next time, huh? So, venture... How many birds do you have back there? Venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. I recommend beans on toast. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. What the fuck? Penguin? 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. Oh, a guinea. Oh, it's money. Ah, 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. There's chance of a fella claims to have more money than the queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. I did not say all that. Well? Well... Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That will be the fault of the Reaper. Who the hell is the Reaper? Sorry? Oh, it has to be the prosecutor. Has to be. Don't get cold feet now, please. I'll try my hardest, man. Can't guarantee your safety, though. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Whoa! Whoa! This is sick! Wait, so there's a main guy, and then there's like 6 other guys? Wait, what? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen. Rest in peace. You will not be missed. I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilden. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. He's so cool. God, he looks so cool, man. Oh my god. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. He's so cool! Oh, he's so cool! A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. He fucks! He fucks! He's so cool! Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? I feel a tinge of racism in your voice, sire. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. I don't even have evidence, bro. Oh, wait, I have my armband now. Oh, shit. An armband I inherited from Kazuma. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. This is so cool. Look at it. Oh, that's so cute. What does that say? Oh, Kazuma. Aww. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? It's a murder trial. That's shocking to you. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. Well, I'm sure there's a reason behind that. How did I get into this? Because you agreed to do this. You said okay. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside this vehicle at the time. Only two? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other... Oh, he does this so elegantly. Look at him, look at the point. Oh, he doesn't even need to put effort because he knows he's him. When it says your names and occupations, I have to deal with 3 now instead of 2? Beppo. Oh my god. I love Beppo. I think Beppo needs to warm up. Can someone bring him like a fireplace? I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably, you understand that much. Yeah? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place in here today. In this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Huh. As soon as I heard the scream, I saw my bus. Okay, and that's when you saw it. I'm gonna press that. Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapse on the floor, he was. And by the passenger, obviously we're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this.
By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
My mind is made up, my lord, completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich, never have. He might be based. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As a foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Oh, this is so cool! So it has to balance in the white direction in order for us to get like a not guilty. Oh, that's so sick! I really like that. There's a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. Yeah, this could literally be anyone. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be a sacrosanct. However, motherfucker! Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. It's over. It's so over. Saying dispose of the rubbish as he sentenced someone to death is wild. Yeah, the British are built different, man. Yep, that's a knife, alright. Pretty sure. Mr. First. Yes, sir? Is this the knife? More evidence? You saw. Oh, God, I guess, yeah, that has to be it. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. You don't know him? A large-ish, it's not that big, knife that was found lodged into the victim's body. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggests it must be quite valuable. Well, anyway, one moment, Your Honor. I must lock in. Your Honor, are you giving a guilty verdict because you are the judge? Or are you the judge because you're going to give a guilty verdict? Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Ah, shit. I mean, that's pretty bloody. Okay. I don't think I pressed this one. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. That was so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact.
He had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No.
And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example.
You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none.
My lord, I wish to speak. He has like a horseshoe mustache, a horseshoe itself right there.
Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too?
As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. Wouldn't it be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, so I said to myself. Well, yeah. God damn it. But I've heard enough now. No, please, just keep an open mind a little long. Jip now, Silver Blaze, the finish is in sight. Whoop. Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
Oh yeah, don't give her a voice. Fuck that. You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. I certainly have, so got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? She's working on her knit, man. Can you leave her alone? The thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called.
Oh, shit!
The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. My goat! My fucking goat! I love this old lady. She's great. How many Londoners live with their heads in their clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. Well, yeah, he's a billionaire, so that checks out. The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Mason, it is not looking good for you. It's not looking good for anyone here. Oh, fuck. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim? Shit. Wait, where'd he get that? Wait, where the fuck? That just popped out of nowhere, did it? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is! Lord Van Ziek's hollowed chalice! What? How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. If coffee's allowed, you've got a point, that is true. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Consul. I will gladly accept this new evidence. A catalog of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest. It includes the victim, who owed 20 guineas. God damn it! Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute! Let's think about... I don't stand for nonsense. Well, we're fucked. Alright, well, we lost. All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Or a summation examination, not summation examination. Susato is literally her. She's always saving her ass, man. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth.
We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Huh? Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Good. Alright, then the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? This jury is cooked. It's so over for them. Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. Here we go. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGonan guilty of this most serious crime. The jurors' contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Okay. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn to the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Yeah, I wish people did that nowadays. The scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor. Okay. It beggars belief. Yeah, that's just wrong. Pit that with you.
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? Oh, this is so cool, man. The 3D animations. Mwah. I can't wait to play the Apollo trilogy just to see like how it's enhanced in modern day. Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He struck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Thank you. And I like how the back changes from black to white. That's so cool. The scales. I don't believe it. I'm him, Your Honor. You must understand. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Aren't the fuckers that are throwing fire into the balance more magic than me? Answer me this, dark jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? What do you mean, what of it? It's very important. Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. There's only one stab wound, man.
This is the victim's autopsy reports. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Alright, I concede defeat. I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Wait, that means forgers are now leaning to not guilty. We did it! Yeah, it's our advantage now. Yeah, let's go! We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won! Your little fist bump, that's the cutest little shit.
So, Lord Von Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
No, take your time, it's fine. No, go on. I'm waiting. No, it's cool. Don't worry about it. Oh, what a waste.
Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man?
Blood-soaked hands. First of all, there's only blood on one glove. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar.
What?
Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question.
Oh, yes. Right.
And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see,
it's not really soaked either. It's like one part of the glove, of the one glove. I wouldn't really say soaked.
you definitely were laying it on thick there. Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, I do! It could turn the tide in this trial completely.
I got you. 1 second. My lord. Yes, Gunson?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Oh, this music is so hype, man. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Boom! This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion, well, whatever. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. It's only like a couple million.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant.
No. Maybe. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
Alright, fine. Now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch? My client was about to die, Your Honor. Get him out of the court. Thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hand. Man. Now you want to talk? But it screws me? You're riding this omnibus. And witness the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand.
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylights, is as I've drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one of which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. By the way, all it took was someone sitting right here and looking behind so they see in this direction to screw this entire plan over.
I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel.
But this is a good. This is good though. This is good. This is a good point to bring up. What do you mean?
That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Yeah, fair enough. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Dude, I don't know. I just know they exist.
Take that!
I mean, who else could it have been? So the killer was sitting next to Mason. And Magnus was sitting in front of... What, doesn't that incriminate Magnus a bit more? In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Okay, well, we'll get there. Alright, not right now, but we'll get there. I don't know. You need a name, man. You need a name. You can't just say it was the killer, obviously. Like, no, you need a name. Should we ask Mr. McGilda to testify or not? Fuck it, why not? In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
It's true?
Ah, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. Little urchin, huh? Little urchin, huh? I think I know what this killer might look like. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. Well. What? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in the desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Where's the urchin, bro? Where's the urchin? Whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes. I expected more brown than green, but this is pretty much what I expected. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilda. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
Well, after the rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilden. Now then, Lord Von Zix.
My lord.
I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which failed proceedings earlier.
It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, the sort typically employed by the army.
Good gracious, the army! One of the devil's name!
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct?
'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This last is the 5th passenger, my lord.
Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. what's commonly called a pickpocket.
Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question, goddammit.
Holy shit, that's a gun. This dirty little dipper, you say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she napped the gent. Go on, that's where your heads, ain't it? Ain't it? Whatever. No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here... Can someone take that away from her?
You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
If I have to. So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked up the horses, or... Hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. I'll tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang nearly jumped out my skin. I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. This is where I was sat at that night.
And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Gaslighting. There used to be shit here. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. My man, who did it then? You can't just call everyone innocent.
The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature.
What do you mean his true nature?
Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission?
After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. And did they do that in the middle of the trial and take all this shit out?
Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as a witness put it, was included in their investigation.
The compartment under the posterior seat was for— Oh my god, thank you! It's actually relevant!
It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord!
The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under his— Thank you! Oh my god! Thank you! Never mind, this case is peak. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as a counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes.
Are you sure, counsel?
Be whist! What do you say now, you deaf dog? I'm not gonna lie for your sake. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Bejabbers. Alright, man. There's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. Of me foibles. Oh, man. The British and Irish are like hand in hand when it comes to me not understanding whatever the fuck you're saying. Christ. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke. Think! There's something else she should have heard. She should have heard the dude falling, right? Does showing Mason work?
Take that!
It does! Should have gone with my gut.
Thrice fired Mason.
Yes, my lord, the sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Okay, well, wrong reasoning on my end. Still worked, baby. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You used to Eastern Amadan? Why is everyone racist towards me? When the accused boarded the omnibus of the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
Man, I don't know. Can the skylight be opened or not? Like, I feel like they pointed it out already. It can open. It can open. It has to open, man. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
What do you mean, objection? What other way is there, man?
Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open. Oh, it's the windows that they pointed out, not the skylight. The skylight can open. Where on earth is the entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin?
Right here, sir.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight?
So someone killed him up top, and then dropped him down there. Yo, they just yeeted Mason in there. That's crazy. They just like, well, he's dead. I don't give a shit about him. That's wild, bro.
You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know it was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to... God, why do I keep doing that? Testify! I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify! 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 Yeah, testify! Yeah! Yeah, yo, British courts are insane. What the hell? This shit's hype. It opens. The skylight. That is what we were talking about, right? Please put the gun away. Please put the gun away. Why are you reloading it? Put the gun away. All them skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, you can't do it from inside, you mug. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them... Jesus. One of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out of my ears. Oh my god, there's a latch right there. Oh, who'd have thought? Whoa, that's crazy. Man, it's like we should have tested that before, but okay. That's without question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Why that even is a question is beyond me. A blood stain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. How? No, seriously, how? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. Yo, Scotland Yard can suck a big dick right now, man. I don't like them. It was in Scotland Yard's possession. How the fuck was it tampered with? Unless they're trying to tell me that when Gina was smoked up the place, then she altered the omnibus. I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull? You rotten, feckless gouger! A feckless gouger? I would be offended if I knew what that meant. This trial is over. Mr. McGilden? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ye. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, it's all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now! Well... And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it been,
That good-for-nothing Reaper Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence after all.
As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilder would be found now not guilty. Yeah, but I don't want him to be found not guilty and also not know what the hell happened. Come on! I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot, in all good conscience, attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good gracious me! Order, order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused's innocence into question. Are you sound of mind? I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
But we still have to determine if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Von Zeeks, my lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion.
I'm sorry, man. Sorry for Zeeks. For not accounting for the fucker with the smoke grenade. Are you kidding me? Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you got more to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to look forward to then. Wah ha 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 ha.
I hereby pronounce the defendant Mr. Magnus McGilded.
What the fuck? I forgot she was here too. You know something! You know something! No, put the gun away! We really just let her do that, huh? Don't move. Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? There you are. Who's this? Who the hell are you?
Naughty, naughty, running off like that.
You have a bigger one?
We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
Bye. What the fuck? Who is she? Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Yep. You love to see it. Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't expect an anime cutscene. Huh. Oh.
How did this happen?
I think I know who did this.
When I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Are you...
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. This can't be.
Oh, he's so hot. God, he's so hot. Get it? Because it's very hot right now. Should probably take off the coat. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh. No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Cool. Do I get like a piece of paper or something? Just to say like, hey, I'm a lawyer. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you need to let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away. Oh sevens. Oh sevens. What do you even say? Like, I don't care that he died. It's over. Yay, good. Do you think it's the little girl, the pink-haired chick? She used the fucking rocket launcher to blow him up. Yo, that would have been... Yo, that's crazy. Oh, I wish that happened. I wish. Oh, that would be amazing. Dude, that looks so good, man. he just shakes it. And then there's more. Do it again. Yeah! This guy has infinite fish and chips, so he's at least multiversal level. Multiversal plus. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Literally Gumshoe too. He's like Gumshoe, but more hateful and competent. Why must you diss Gumshoe like that? Gumshoe's competent. You gotta admit, Gumshoe has saved our ass more times than we can count. Actually, that's a lie. Like a solid, like what, 4 or 5 times. But like, he saved us a lot. So I'll be heading back to the crop scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You branded him a criminal already? He's as good as, shaking like a leaf in the cell he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the janitor and it'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop idling at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I? Am I a cat? As yet with no name. Calling me by a number, it's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. What? Hello? Who the hell are you? It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fixin' of foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark, how long was it? Most monumentally moving moment! Very expressive individual, isn't he? Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? Man, God forbid. Shit. God forbid. I feel bad for her getting stabbed, but no, because it was in front of you, then it's an inconvenience. You know, she is one arm movement away from being in the Family Guy death pose. Well, if what Soseki has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. So, how the fuck? Yeah, how? What? I don't get it. Whatever, moving on. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah, you! What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oh my god, I'm gonna rot in jail. Oh my god. This man is gonna have a mental breakdown. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki actually come to be arrested? Sorry, he didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yeah, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. You got shown. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Who do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? Because they're racist, man. They hate the Japanese. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here all alone, waiting for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. The person who led you to the suspect. I heard that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
What are you bringing him up for?
Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was a result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle! The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
Oh,
I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case.
yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean... Here we go. Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. It is. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address, even... It's Baker Street. Wow, she's just a stalker, huh? How do you know that? I follow him home every night. It's in the stories, of course. Did he dox himself? Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Who's this? Ha ha ha! Let's go!
Hello! Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes?
So you are his partner. Mr. Sholmes does have a child partner. Are you Wilson's daughter?
You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. I heard they suck.
And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite?
Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I?
Uh-huh. It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Yeah, okay, I solved the whole case with your dad, by the way. That was not fun. He died a very agonizing death. I don't know if that provides you with any closure. An extraordinary young girl who lives with Mr. Sholmes. She has a degree in medicine. What? What?
Lovely. Susie and Runo.
Oh my gosh, this is adorable.
Got it.
Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. Literally just a 10-year-old girl giving you nicknames, bro. It is not deeper than that. What's more concerning is that she has a degree in medicine. About before.
Yes, yes. What's on your mind, Runo?
How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean?
Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean.
Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail.
Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh!
So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs.
The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilden, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. So I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see.
How could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home for a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume.
Now Bruno has a fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case.
As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well.
Well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Ume? How do you say it? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Ah, goody. In that case, give Gregson this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this?
A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems.
A card for Inspector Gregson with a message on the back from Iris. I want to read that.
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem.
Is that a threat? We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
What? For me? For her ladyship?
Or from her ladyship? Her ladyship?
Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me.
Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? Can I have some fish and chips as a thank you? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector. We'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
The little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fellow?
He didn't wield a knife. He didn't wield... Let's calm down. And he also didn't kill anyone. We're making accusations here. We don't have to. Oh, he lives right here? Oh, I now see how he stumbled upon the body.
If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John...
What the...
Garide. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship.
That did, Are we referencing the queen? Because that did not age well, man. That did not age well at all, actually. Whoa. Very, what's the word? Asymmetrical. Who the hell? Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sosuke Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. I know, as I understand it, anyone of standing in the society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. She doesn't really clean much, if that's the case. Not very organized. Do excuse me, not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. Yeah, the maid, I hate her. She looks annoying, man. Like, she looks unpleasant. I haven't really known her that long, but I already don't like her. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Oh, that's the medal. Is that important, somehow? Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Joan is her name. Let those good people see it properly. Oh my god! Dash it all, woman, be careful! Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. What do you mean, beg your... You just kept going, man, even when he was spazzing out. Man, she really does a shitty job. Can't clean the place, can't fucking pour tea correctly. So he moved in very recently, then. I have 2 lodges most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago, you see that- Can you stop doing that? Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Okay, now if this is an ongoing bit, it's gonna get really annoying. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for- Oh, no, please! What's with the cat? Oh, so we see this cat, but we don't see the cat that was actually important in 1-2. Alright, man. Nothing over here. Oh, no, there he is. Okay, well, found him. This is Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. My brain attic! Oh, I love him. I love him so much. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. That word. Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well, then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? I like this. I like this little arc he's going through. Tell me, was a detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. They said the thing! That's how you know he's British. Well, this popped up out of fucking nowhere. Wait, is that Sholmes? It is. Dude. How did he even get in here? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detectives. Great mind. I do not want to do another spectacular, please. Photograph frame. Is the maid his daughter? What? What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Gary Deb's wedding. Oh, I am so sorry. Oh, I am so sorry. Dude, that looked like one of those like little baby bonnets, man. As you rightly surmise, this is my wife, yes. My Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say. She literally always looked like that. What are you talking about? You married her when she was this plump. Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look. Oh, did she think he was cheating? It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Yeah, that's fair.
Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the... Oh, wait, that's Renosuke. The previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been saying.
I love this bit. It's so funny.
A likely story.
For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John.
A likely story. I'm so sick of her, dude.
Are you questioning my name now?
Dude, like, what is the point? Like, no, this is so undeserved on his end. What are you doing? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Not really a marital altercation. This woman physically abused him. See why we hate her now? Yeah, no, I don't even blame you, man. I don't even blame you. Like, she sucks. She's not great. For the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, the ferocious beast buried its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. Thank you both very much for your time. Yeah, thank you for wasting it. Who in the... Oh, it's, It's what's his face? I have a thumbnail for this guy. William Shakespeare. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers.
Who you calling an old man, you rum-looking Pimini?
There are more things that heaven and earth Horatio than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What do you want about?
Who in the Popeye is he, man? Oh my god, I'm gonna be using William Shakespeare for the next stream. Don't? No. Why not? You can't stop it. Because he's not actually from this case. Oh. He's from my personal least favorite, 2-2. Yay! 2-2! That feels pointless. That feels like the most pointless interaction. It is pointless? What the fu- What was the point of that then? The player gets to 2-2, they're going to be like, oh my god, it's these two. They panned ahead. Holy shit, no way. They put one scene for these one characters that no one gives a shit about. That we don't even know their names. But they panned ahead, guys. They panned ahead. So we get them. We gonna defend them, or... Well, my dear fellows, it is time we're leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Well, not you, obviously. Oh dear, there is never enough time, is there? To the guillotine with you. Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Let's go, Dad! Let's go! Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. I love Susto so much. And I love this little arc that Ryunosuke went through. I really like where this is going. I'm sure it won't be as great, but I do very much enjoy the arc.
I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Yeah, and you lost to a mere amateur. What's your point?
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public?
Oh! He's here as the jury member now? Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Are you kidding me? Just look at that oh my god, just look at that solid complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Oh my god. Yo, they are so, like, very clearly racist. They do not try to hide it, man. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? Dude. This is the first time I'm looking at the victim's face. This is hideous. Give this woman, like, a big, cartoonishly large lollipop, and it looks like she'd fit right into, like, a 2000s cartoon. A large but commonplace folding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's bag. Okay, cool. I'm going to inspect that now. Did the point break off while it was, like, lodged in her bag? Okay, press that. Mr. Natsume's belongings? I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. Man, those books must have been sensitive then. What the hell? The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. Shit. He might be spitting! As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Okay, so it's called Bourbon Books. It's called Bourbon Books. Well, well, well. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another secondhand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that... Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. Where's your books here? If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, rather depends on whether this bookshop is, where this bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, what you just said? Absolutely could be right. Man, this location is either going to really benefit us or screw us, and I think it's going to be the latter. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it just takes longer to get to that point. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Of course he doesn't.
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
I like how it was all voiced. That's pretty sick. Oh, that's so cool that they did it all at once. I'm fucked, by the way. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meersham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant route home could not have taken him along Meersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. Wait, what do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yes. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. The noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. Are they siblings? Yeah, they're siblings. They have to be, right? Yeah, they even have similar eyes. Like, they're both blonde. Both around the same age. A couple? No shot. She's 21? I could have sworn like 15. Not Patricia. Pavlova looks older than her. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. I feel uncomfortable. I remember every last detail, everything. Like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? Name the books. Name the books right now. I can tell you the names of every single one. Do it right now. Do it right now. I'll disprove it immediately. Do it. There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it, yearnings? Then there was, a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely
The Thingummies something.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Why is he armed in court? Can someone take that away? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
No, his books. Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books.
It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. The lion's pride. Other than being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further will be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which the fourth book conceals? Gotcha, Brody.
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What are you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below. Another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garydeb's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Most of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. Just take my word on that, Your Honor. I don't need proof. I don't need evidence. It's fine. Just, again, I didn't even write this down. Like, just believe me, please. Back up against the window and say, "You bitch. You got her in a coma." That's it. Literally, that's exactly what happened. That's crazy. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. Okay, cool. Name, maid. Method, threw the knife, stabbed her. We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garydeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garydeb household to the street below. Ooh, what's that now? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. I feel like you just called me a slur, but I don't know if that's true or not. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? A knife! Mrs. Garydeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Well, now she's just gonna lie and say no. Because you said, like, oh, it's a murder weapon. Oh, Or just this. Or she can just do this. All together now, ladies and gents. What about you? Oh, he probably didn't hear it. We did it. And you are about to give up. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' learnings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garydeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Hell yeah, baby. Mrs. Garydeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad? Oh, I will curb stomp you. Don't even try. At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrydeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top hinged casement window, Jesus, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? Did you just happen to, I don't know, throw a knife while you were doing all that? Pretty plain and simple. I feel like we got this case down packed. During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could have laid your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrydeb. This knife, this one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? You know, I'm a domestic abuser, but I'm not a fucking savage, okay? Oh my god, I hate her so fucking much, man. And anyway, the man over there and all that regalias and members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Yeah, until now, get on the stand, man, please! Chin up, Joni. Wait, what? Oh my god, is the fucker here? Ah! Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of a soft projectile she did, yes. And I went to pick up the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see it. Oh, that's why it's bandaged up. Ah, I see. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? You almost killed him! In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The knife! The tip of a blade? Surely couldn't be. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrydeb's pipe. Good grief! Lord Von Zeeks! I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrydeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrydeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrydeb's pipe. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrydeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no!
Objection!
I like how you see in his bag that there's still, like, the burnt remains. He still has not changed clothes. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Garrydeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose I would pick it up. That's what I would do. She might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh, heavens! And when the woman reached down and picked the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book,
The next object fell from the room above. The jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Well, I never! It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Poor Mrs. Gary. Poor Mrs. Gary. Who gives a shit about her? Literally, who cares about her? John, dear.
It's alright, I know. I've already filed for divorce. I thought the old woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police! Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I'm truly sorry.
You know, maybe the Japanese aren't so bad. You know, I like you Nipponese.
Very well, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty.
Yeah! Let's go! We did it! In under 2 hours, baby!
All my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? We still got one more episode, baby. Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriots? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived. Oh my god, you're right. A week hasn't even passed. Ace Attorney pacing is crazy, bro. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself, though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Who's gonna take care of the cat? I hope he's taking the cat. This is more spacious than I thought. So my dear fellows, do you like the place? Whoa! Very spiffy, aren't we? So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Oh, those were precisely my sentiments when I first arrived, or when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Oh my god, is 1-5 gonna be like Jack the Ripper? No way. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Morning, Reno. Morning, Susie. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not listening to that. Fine, since you're so gung-ho about it. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Let's go! Oh my god, there's a little kitty door! Oh, look, it's Wagahai. Good morning, boy. It would appear his previous owner has completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. That's a fucking lie. That's a lie. You wanna know who forgot about Wagahai? Natsume. Because he's the one that left him behind. I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you notice? You are observant, Runo.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flappomat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see.
Do you just make anything? What happened?
What was that?
Wagahai? What's wrong? What was that?
Oh no, Wagai's tangled up in your violin. I think he thinks it's a toy. Cats think anything is a toy. If it can move, it's a toy.
Oh yeah, no, there's a string that got detached. So this is the violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius. What? One of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier, Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none!
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
What do you mean, Miss Usato?
Oh, Susie's right! Yes! The tone of the wood is completely different! And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before.
Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this?
Let me go to the violin section of my handy-dandy notebook. I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mrs. Jones, but that instrument isn't a violin at all.
Or is it like a cello? What is it? It's a viola. There, sorry. Never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. Get it? Fiddle? Because a fiddle? Instrument? Fiddle?
But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault.
Come, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm gonna ignore her, by the way. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere.
Sorry?
Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect. Pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced?
We must visit Mr. Windybake's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Miss Usato. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to press your egg even ever more obtusely. Alright, say no more. Let's go then. There's a lot of shit in here. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my god, it's the dude from the meme! Ah, Mr. Shamsa, welcome back. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me, and an excusable mistake of a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends. Is he doing it? Oh, yeah! I was here! I was here! I finally understand the context! Yes! So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me! No, stop, my dear fellow. That fault is mine!
I suppose I will shoot myself another day. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an... I'm so sick of all the fucking words in this game, man. Of an eponymous work
The British are so... They talk so weird. I'm sorry, Diamond. The novels of Sherlock Holmes or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I've yet to read, you mean? Forgive me! Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. You can kill yourself later. One should never talk of one's demise so casually, says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I've already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. I engineered a simple device, which Mr. Winniebank has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Winniebank? What was that deep sigh about?
Here, I have an example I can show you.
Ah. Ah, yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have 2 little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What are you looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope? Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. I should be delighted to. Excuse me for a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Alright, then I'm going to try it. Well, what happened? Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once! Alright, then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose? Okay. Oh, it's the girl from 1-3? What the? I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. It does? Who the hell? What the hell is this? Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Oh my god, it's what's her face? Oh, it's what's her face? Blonde girl from 1-3. I recognize that accent anywhere. God and Bennett, you lot. You still have that? Hello, Mr. Straight. I hope you've been well. What? You remember me then, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing here? Down and out like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Come to pop that black weasel. Sorry, coat. Have ya? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Mr. Sholmes? So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winniebank on your behalf. Get out of my business, go on. I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. Mr. Winniebank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. It's a message, isn't it? It's not really like a music disc of sorts where you like plop it in and it's like music starts playing. I'm pretty sure it's a message. I don't really know how these things work, but I'm fairly confident, probably, kind of, not really. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat which you returned to her care, as I'd understood it. That's right, yes, and rather unsurprisingly, as soon as that little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. You mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to say out a lady?
I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
Oh, so someone told her... Okay, so someone told her to grab the coat. There's something in the pocket of the coat. And then to sell that. Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. I don't know where this is heading, man. Who is this? Who the hell? You're the killer. You're the killer. I don't trust you. You're the killer. The name's Jack. Jack the Ripper. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. Dude, he has the Speedwagon fit. He's dripped the fuck up is what? I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you now. Yes, The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say... He's a walking JoJo's reference. He's the walking JoJo's reference. There's no, he pulled the Josuke pose. Oh yes, as you can see, I'm a man of impeccable style. I'm drip the fuck up, as they say. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoats. Before I pose on you yet again. My overcoat. Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching. That has to be a reference to the song, man. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. What? What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Oh, you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it. Mr. Straight, why is this disc so important to her? A metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. The piece of music, which remains unidentified, distorted on the disc by means of small protrusions. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again. No. I don't want to do one here. I don't want to do a spectacular here, man. Please, no, nothing. Oh, no. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us what we need to know. Is this a fucking poster from 1-3? Currently, in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. Is the second game going to be about the Great Exhibition? Because it feels like we aren't even going to reach that in this game. This whole game feels like a prelude. Like, it feels like just a massive introduction for the second game. It doesn't feel like its own game sometimes. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Mr. Straight redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Mr. Straight from a written description, which suggests that everything else that he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so badly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalogue of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Winniebank. We have so much evidence. What's this about? For McGilded. Welp! Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato.
Well, according to what Mr. Windybank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the code could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was the first deposited. Well, today is April 15th, so 2 months ago today. Would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. But that's just... Yes, 15th February. That's crazy. I must insist you hand over the music box, or music box disc now. Oh, Jesus fuck. You know what I mean. Give me the disc.
This is my shop. I cannot allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life.
Why? Point it at him! Mr. Windybank, no! Who's this? Oh, my goat. Inspector Gregson. Inspector. That's right, sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could, pal. Now, what's all this about, eh? Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Do you want some fish and chips? Got an infinite supply of them. No, my fish and chips! He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer, too! So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. What? You don't want to have dinner with us, bro? Come on. I want to come around to your place, eh? Because it's literally right, like 2 feet away from us. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear, it is Oggroin. You already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise. I love her little nicknames, man. I will never get sick of Iris. Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. I just hope she does actually come. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind that, and where are your real parents? My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mommy passed away when I was born. Yep, okay, cool. That answers that. And your daddy was what? Murdered! So you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh, yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look into the chest. But that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up. And found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. When Hurley told me he wasn't really my dad. Oh no, that's so sad! Oh man, whatever, bro. What? Don't make me feel things at the end of the stream. Fuck you. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. At age 10, by the way. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. Very smart of you, Ryunosuke. Very smart. I think that will be for the best. Oh, she even connected the dots too. My dear fellows, how good to see you! Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mr. Sato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence, Mr. McGilded's disc.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of me goodings down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
Oh, yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. Yeah, it's a different one, though. No wonder he was so willing to give it up. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars like this. Oh, he made a copy? You're insane! From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Well, I want to know. Play it. Do you have, like, something to play that on? It doesn't really work on this, right? As you may imagine, the construction of one's firm music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. God damn it. Ace Attorney always finds a way to make things harder than they need to be. So, it's so annoying. Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Miss Lestrade. She's adorable, bro. She's adorable. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? What the fuck? I won't take no for an answer. Mendelssohn it is, then. My goat! Let's go! Yeah! Talk your shit! That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Naruto, can I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato? I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? Well, he's on the thumbnail today. When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruto. I've been summoned alone. That's a little bit concerning. What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I should find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Oh? Mr. Naruhodo. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. God damn it. The lights are on, the lights are on, and there's a dead body in there. The door to Winniebanks. It's open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gino, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. Whatever you're about to see, it wasn't Gino. There's no one here. Oh, yes, there is. Huh? Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But, after them, go! Right. Oh. Oh, it's an anime cutscene. That was like a CG.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruto.
Whoa, she said that so weird.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door.
Where's the gunshot? Where were you shot? Are you faking it? He's faking it!
In the storeroom. Hurry!
Oh, is it another locked room mystery? Or is Gina in there? Oh, that sucks. Oh, she's unconscious. Okay.
It's Gina.
Oh, it might be another locked room mystery then. Oh, come on, bro. It wasn't her. Man, whoever did this, fuck you. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand. Oh my god, it's gonna be a Phoenix and Pearl situation again. Hell yeah, dude. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. You'll get used to it. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley, and see has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. I love it. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, well, me manners. Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you like some juice. Some nice, refreshing fruit juice. He's like a very doting uncle. I've got an important message for you. I claim forgot about it until now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. She told you this. Ryunosuke, she literally told you this last night. Yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. Well, again, given that everything that happened in the span of a couple hours, kind of forgiven. One of the whipstocks took her there in the yard carriage after we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare of the return journey and to go and meet her there. Help, I have no money. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. But I better head over to Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato. Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? Well, we gotta get it done today, I guess. You mean... she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Well, this is awkward. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh... There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is... it's Mr. Straight's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. I sense a pattern. What are you here for? Ginny, I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry? You heard. Get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. Really? Because she keeps threatening to shoot me with that thing. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She has massive trust issues. Sorry. We're out of time. You're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh yeah. I wanted to give you the... oh my god. Who is the little guy? Oh my god. Who is this? Gina. I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again.
Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie.
Oh no, don't do this to me, man. Don't make me sad. Don't make me feel things.
Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you.
Damn. Your fault.
It's my fault! Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but... is this something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial?
Ooh, boy!
You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was at it under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing, and then... I heard that loud thud like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilded discovered you? Yeah. It was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Then Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat? Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. About what he was going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarp it before the coppers showed up. It was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor. I let out a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. McGilded heard that and dragged me out by my arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer where I had been stabbed. A disc.
Things have gone spicy, huh? Really spicy.
So McGilded planned it, and coerced Gina into giving a false testimony.
So you're gonna let me defend you now, or what?
He said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with.
Wow. Man, this entire case really is just classism at its finest.
Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But... I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid.
Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor.
A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial.
Huh?
If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? He's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right?
I love Gina, man. Such a good character.
That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right, so what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it? Something like that. Miss Susato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here.
Come on, admit it. You want someone to defend you.
I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer or nothing. Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely.
It's actually evidence? Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No.
Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor. In her pocket we found the key to the door as well. Bro, they planted all the evidence on her. It's not fair. She was knocked out.
Poor Mr. Windybank. He was a nice old man. Very suicidal.
When he was shot once just through the heart. Most likely the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. I feel like he would have. I feel like he would have, though. He would have felt something.
Aha! I may well be able to help with that.
What?
There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo?
I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris.
I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold.
There you have it, you see. When it comes to blood, we're all different types.
Yes, what a scientific observation.
So you need this.
Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet.
But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Is this a minigame? Watch. It's not. The color of the bloodstain has changed.
There, does it make sense now?
Yes, I think I'm starting to understand.
Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see.
I see. And then it's gonna be like Benedict, since, you know, he cut his blood on the disc, right? He has his blood on the disc. I can already see a time where it's like Benedict's gonna be like, oh, that's not my blood. What do you mean that's not my blood? What are you talking about? This is a revolver, a real one.
And quite possibly the murder weapon.
Really? Dude, he's been threatening to kill himself so often. If anything, we did him a favor. Like, him being dead, that's what he wanted, right? So why are we being, you know, arrested for murder?
I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. It was. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope.
Really? This is a stereoscope?
Mr. Shum showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used the great big contraption over there. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I can make money out of these in Japan. It will be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway.
What is with Phoenix and Ryunosuke and toilets, man? This is the one line that he mentioned about toilets, but he mentioned it. Phoenix was obsessed with keeping his toilets clean.
What's that around the bullet hole?
Blood.
Is it blood? Dude. That looks like blood. I would say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather.
Well, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me.
Is it green?
It's purple. Okay, so purple blood is for Benedict, right? Oh, shit. Yeah, it's none of them. It's not Benedict? What the fuck?
Yes, after all, this redemption ticket belonged to him.
You don't think...
You mean that during the incident on the omnibus?
Yes, I expect so. It's a very clear print and no small amount of blood.
So it must have resulted from a fairly serious accident, such as he might have sustained on the omnibus. Wait, but if I remember rightly...
Motherfucker, it's Mason? Who is it, motherfucker? God damn it. Come on. Mason's ass is important. Baited? Dude, hook, line, and sinker, man. Like, they got my ass.
I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon.
It's almost time.
Oh?
Let me represent you, woman, please.
Oh, well, right then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it?
Unfortunately, we don't know that yet.
You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have yet managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, for example,
The reason for you being there in the first place.
I think I know why you broke into Windybanks that night. It looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason, and thrust it into Gina's face, or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We found this in Mr. Windybank's storeroom, the manuscript of Iris's latest story.
Oh, right. Well, that's good then.
Curiously, the storeroom at Windybanks showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception, the box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing the manuscript last night. You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Thank you. So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I wasn't gonna sell it. What I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, really was that or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris's sake. Isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. Even she was faking. She was like, I got her. It wasn't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth. That's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windybanks? It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris is a lot like, Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got a dad, only she can't see him. About that. Look, give it a rest, will ya? I ain't all this chummy nonsense, do you hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scapa. Yeah, but I don't wanna. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable, right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Is that dried up blood? Yeah, I guess so. It's Mason's blood. This is Mason's overcoat, right? Was that established before? I always thought it was, McGilded's. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. Oh, wait, so this is McGilded's coat. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar, fibs just trip off my tongue, and I'm a diver, don't forget. I put the wool over your eyes 2 months ago, and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there's more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. This is so sick, man. Oh my god, that entire time I had the dumbest smile on my face. What do you expect me to say to that? Oh. That's so good! That's so good! Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern Lata. Oh. I don't know what you are. I don't get ya. Hell yeah. Oh, dude, that was... Ooh, that was good, wasn't it? Oh, that was so good. Dude, when Ryunosuke locks in, he locks the fuck in, bro. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. Is this your book? What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. Wow, you went crazy then. What the hell? You filled this entire thing up. Wait, there's something I need to say. Oh shit, man. What was that? A secret technique of mine, the Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. My feelings. Susato. Did he go to bed like that? That is a great weight off my mind. Who is this? Oh, it's Jones. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place, exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. Who is this? On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. Is Susato talking to Sholmes? I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. It is, my dear madam. So, Sholmes is A-okay. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend, then? Sorry? You know. Her in the fancy dress. Sasato, or whatever you say. I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You're right with that, are ya? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. Aw. Gina's so considerate, man! It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I will meet again, one day. Even so. But you, Gina. You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Who's this? Oh, it's Iris. Oh my god, Wagahai! Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you more support and encouragement. Don't take that out during the court. Please.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen. Rest in peace. I hereby declare this court to be in session. This charge to determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. And I'll call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Von Zeeks, my lord. Remind me, how many years was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you were suffered somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Now there's some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
She is so small. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGilded, if I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome. Those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour.
In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East. The Nipponese.
Wow, he really doesn't hide his racism, does he? Is Von Zeke like 0-2 against us? Yep. About to be 0-3. I don't know why he keeps fighting us.
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
And what's that supposed to tell us?
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Well, from the silhouettes that we've seen from the burglars, there was one that was really tiny. I guess Mario and Luigi style, right? There's one that was tiny and more stout. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say.
Oh. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more. You guys never learn, do you? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slum. Classism. Love it, love it! And it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are those jurors waiting for? Damn, bro. Chill. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. Oh, we're starting off. Oh, we're starting off with co-off. Oh, shit. That's how you know things are serious.
Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on 16th April of this year.
They aren't the most appealing bunch.
Witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court.
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Same voice. I don't care. Occupation's same as them. Oh wait, they have the similar. Whatever. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector.
Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to. Because the Skulkin's never skulking. I love how he just stands there. Get out of it. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? Did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say?
Well, I feel like they basically admitted it with these reactions, you know? I feel like there's nothing to hide here.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1.
In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence.
That's not what it looks like.
Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Yeah. Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera on Windybanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Don't repeat it. Oh my god, you're repeating it. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices a shift as if it were depth. Now let's see what we've got. Wait, look at that. What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. Everyone's having a good time, huh? Yes, that's it, you see! That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes! Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, I think you'll find that out if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope. You answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures 3-dimensionally.
In other words. But what's the difference here, though? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Zookers! It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winniebank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrange's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. Why is that shocking to you? You know that. This is, like, very public information. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion, with the balance altered in the defendant's favor.
Big brother is screaming like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some school whatnot. I got tangled up with some marionette. One knocked over a picture frame. One knocked themselves scales on the floor. Just, oh, their script is so painful to read. You really mastered working quietly then. What a racket, me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a counter like that. So in short, the gunshot. Okay, cool.
Is that right?
You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I don't even bother to mention it. Only, well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help but feeling like perhaps you've been a little bit sloppy with the testimony here, Hey, fellas. They all sound similar, but they're all brothers, huh? They're all the Skulkin brothers. If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it. Yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Okay, just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yet and now give me that gun. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winniebank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture? He has, Nash, he has, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winniebank was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winniebank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments?
According to their testimony, the witness claims to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now that testimony is true. It would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand, and we saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun? Something like that. I might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Windybank? Sure. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door in the back room. If Mr. Windybank ran through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. I thought it had to be shorter. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course, he would have been leaning forward as he was running away. That's why? So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank. Oh, okay. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windybank were in the storeroom together. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windybank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where we're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gub, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one. You literally did. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windybank's murder. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Windybank not shot by the same gun. Stop! Only one bullet. Stop! Exactly. Yes, this Nipponi street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. Fuck. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? Probably because he doesn't want us to scan the blood or something, I don't know. No shot the music disc contains like government secrets or something, right?
There's no way. Then it's time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Huh? It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? That's so weird, man. Is there anything else? I don't know how the blood got there. Unless, like, Benedict comes in right now and he's like, ah, shit, I'm injured. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Oh? Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. What? It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Hurlit? No, Herlock? No, Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that Hairlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or the other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw out my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. 1900s, it's cool. I hate to state the obvious, but... Yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Squawking brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Huh, what do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Oh my god, bro. Ooh, Sholmes is going through it. Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Velan. Pleased to meet you.
This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland.
I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow.
And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me.
Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down?
A bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that looks just like bullet wound.
Good gracious.
Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of dissipating bullet. You like? Very good story, no?
But that doesn't answer the question at all. Well, it kind of does, actually. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. This lucky bastard, bro. Oh, the strap is broken, look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. Oh! Yes, on the night in question in Windybank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
You're not supposed to interrupt. No, 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 no.
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet?
It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
What?
Yeah, you fucked yourself, didn't ya? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Scorpion brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes.
That's a different bullet, that doesn't count. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. So what if there is a third gun? Ah, got your ass now, didn't I? But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene, and until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. On that night at Winniebank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a bloodstain, my lord.
A bloodstain?
Yeah, I know who it is. It's fucking Benedict, bro. Like, Benedict, I'ma get you, man. I'ma get you. I'm coming for you.
You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? What on earth are you talking about, Counselor?
He paid a visit to Winniebank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you now. Yes. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a bloodstain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the Vulgus classes, a god of detectives or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fanatical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body, but what other choice did I have? It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson. Sharpshooter. Dude, Iris is great.
After that shrewd process of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Let's fucking go!
The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name the gentleman gave for himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false.
Fucking what? Could I say something?
Who was that? Please, who spoke?
It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? Yeah, of course it's not a... It's an ace attorney name. I don't know. There's been dumber names. If possible, Inspector. Huh? Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown. Alright, yes, this one you mean? Mr. Benedict? Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No.
Good gracious! Juror number 5, how on earth?
I'm a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. What the What? Stop. He works in my office. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. Government secrets! Government secrets!
The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony.
I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. So we're gonna see him, like, in a cast or something? What's up with Benedict? I want to see what he looks like right now. You what? Or is he gonna try his best to hide it? Be like,
I definitely don't have a gunshot wound right now, man. I'm fine, I swear.
But what if I'm lying? He could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. Are you lying? No. Problem solved. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Oh, my heart, man. The Master of Wind, Kazuma. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. Every time this theme plays, bro, it gets me, man. It's such a good theme. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. I know, it's, at the end of the day, it's corny as hell, but like, God, I love it. I love it so much. So you don't need to worry, I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver, and a no-good liar, You're not like McGill did. I know that. Huh? That's right! You're our friend, Ginny! Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, Oh. Stop! I hit the mic. I hit the mic. I hit the mic. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, God, this hurts me to my soul, man. It's... Oh, fucking hell. It's so sad, but so good. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Here we go.
Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon. What? Blood was found at the scene of the crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? I can be sure that the blood is mine. It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. We could test it right now, not gonna lie. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great... Well, a renowned detective. He was like, I'm not calling him great. What the hell? So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of the fairy tales, are we? There it is!
Excuse me.
Would you care to share that thought with the court? Eh? My thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again. That's all. Well, well, well. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. My brother in Christ, he literally says you have a bullet wound, and we are missing a third person with a bullet wound. So, it's not looking too good for you. Regardless of the fact that you said, haha, no, I don't want you to. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And don't try to say, haha, no, it didn't happen, because the inspector is literally right next to you. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Oh yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Frankly, I have to disagree. The disc was deposited at Windybanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken to custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night.
Objection.
Wait to hear this, buddy. Sorry, my learned friend. Oh my god, he's so cool. Oh, he's so cool. He's so cool. No, let him have it. Let this man have it. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article on pawn at Windybanks. As this, the second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Oh. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ugh. This is the second ticket, is it? What had this man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Shit, yeah, I mean, he got me there. The victim certainly had a very full shop boat up here. Oh wait, that's the judge. Oopsies. And then, here we have another print. You know, that's fair. At first glance, I can't really see a difference. When you view the 2 pictures stereoscopically. Very pretty box though, we'll admit. A single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. By Jove, you're right, how extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork, what if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Hey, Von Zeeks. Open the box, huh? What if we just go there and try and open the box, huh? Could it be that Von Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? Everything's going according to plan. I planned none of this. How lucky am I? Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. Oh, are you bringing Gina up? Oh, say less. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. We could just wait 30 minutes. It's cool. What's the right thing to do here? Motherfucker. Well, what's life without a little bit of risk, huh? Then I shall bid you good day. No. You stay in court. You're just not on the stand right now. I don't think you know how this works.
You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Von Zeek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That was when I could have slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Okay. Just press literally all of that.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
But she was threatened, therefore she's innocent.
Then there's every chance I may have educated an error and make out its trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Ryunosuke is taking that, though. He is taking those accusations. He's like, anything, literally anything, to get Gina an innocent verdict. He doesn't care if he has to put his neck out there. I love that. I love that so much. Yo, Ryunosuke goes, he's so cool, man. He is literally putting his lawyer career on the line for Gina. That is... Oh my god, this man wants to save Gina so bad. I respect it. I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He'll have me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilda had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other this entire time? Inspector! Mr. Gregson! Did it work? Did it work? Inspector, Mr. Graydon. Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Oh, but the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady John like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. My lord, the box. The evidence your lordship requests has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Okay, so obviously, like, 1900s, right? This music box isn't gonna say, like, words or shit. It's not like a vinyl, right? Is it, like, gonna be Morse code or something? And it would make sense, given that, juror number 5, her whole thing is doing Morse code. Wait, my lord!
Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc, well, they're unrelated to the case. No, they're not. They're definitely related. Now, no need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
Morse code! Anyone? I believe that could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there, chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponi's friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? I don't know, if we would just pan over to juror number 5, maybe we see some similarities. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? Thank you for repeating what I just said. Yes, that is exactly what I said. Yeah, that's what I'm implying here. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The transmissions are always made behind closed doors where they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. Oh my god. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Dude, like, come on! Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Coordinating presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. Holy shit! Dude, you... How was this not incriminating? I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Dude, this lady literally works with you and is just telling you your nuh-uhs are bullshit. How is this not incriminating? This should be the one and single statement I press. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. No, he doesn't. Stop. He would definitely do this crime. Stop. Cinnamon thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the writer had a dodgy job for us. After all them years? So you've known them before? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a red old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, yeah, look at him now. He's fancy whistle, fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him in either. God blimey, ain't the truth. Remember Milverton and Scorkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Scorkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right, I thought I covered... Oh, enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen? He came up with another fake name. Or maybe he changed his name? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... In one of the happiest of times, it wasn't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? Oh, yeah, okay. But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we know who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say... Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Woo! Oh my god! I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Huh! It do, don't it? Alright then, here goes. Look at that! There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. Hence why he's wondering where the second disc is. Oh my god! I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Finally! God, yes, you got shot. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you. How do you like the game? It is okay. This case single-handedly carries it, though. I love this case, though. But I also can't forget about, you know, the other 4 cases. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about the head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Oh wait, that's Ryunosuke. I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winnebank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me!
Okay, but... no. But no, though. See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winniebank's.
What on earth makes you say that, Counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winniebank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton, so the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? The past is the past, bro. How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? No fucking way. No, shut the fuck. No way. No way.
Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you.
Show yourself. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ha ha! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Hello, people of the courtroom!
Order! Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set up upon an errand. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. I have something of a great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? He's here now! Oh, this is so cool. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? This is the coolest thing ever, by the way. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. Oh, that's what Susato was talking to Sholmes about that one night in that one, like, 5-second cutscene. It's the kitty door maker. Why? That night, when you left Winniebank's in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato used this cat flapomat that night, but why? That is the question. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! Yes, one statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato has given me. My sister made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, The door had no hole in it to look through. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the people in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. Well, she's not in the country anymore, so haha, fuck you. Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just, oh my god, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm having a fucking aneurysm from all this darn robot talk. I'm afraid not, sir. Oh wait, wrong guy. Of course it is. You seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? I can literally test it right now. Ha! I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy! Cooey! Cooey? Cooey? Time for dinner? Wait, who's Cooey? Wagahai! Yes, sir! And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Winniebanks are an exact match, dude. You are fumbling. Alright, come up with a better lie. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description. Is this not enough for the court? Like, can we convict this man of murder now? My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. She is out of the country. What do you want me to do against that? The woman tampered with the crime scene. Yeah, and? But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Von Zeeks. Apparently so. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. What do you mean? How much evidence do you want? The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Yeah, dumbass! Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the court that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Wait, who? I forgot, man. Who is that person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with a great urgency during our hour-long recess, where the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would have suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. He would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. Why is Gregson helping him, man? This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the blatant nor could you... It literally says it in the newspaper. We discovered during the course of the trial the music box deposited at Winniebanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play two discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah, my fish and chips, no! If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be found in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say, so while they were whispering he handed over the disc? Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
Yes, actually, yeah. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Did I fuck up? I fucked up, didn't I? Be quiet, all of you. Wait, what? Oh. Iris! Iris the goat yet again. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Damn right. Greatest country in the world, baby.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? Well, I never.
Blimey! Me? Him? While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all and thought me noggin was gonna fall off clean, I did. I was wishing I'd been... whatever. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue! He just suddenly turned and grabbed me by the whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't he mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That's what he said. He had it right down my ear, he did. My head's still throbbing now.
Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
I'm gonna take a wild gander and be like, nuh-uh. Admit to it, yours truly. Please. Dare I say, nuh-uh.
Is that Mr. McGillicuddy's music box disc, Counsel?
Yes, the first disc of 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGillicuddy's special music box ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. I didn't account for that at all, but goddammit, I'm still right, baby. For crying out loud, sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! They already hate me, I don't give a shit! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. That is badass as fuck, bro. He is taking on the whole country just to make Gina innocent. My fucking goat. I didn't see Phoenix do this shit. I didn't see Phoenix's ass do this shit. Nah, only Ryonosuke. Damn right. That damn right. This case is fire. This case is fire. Listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming thing up! you are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You. Oh, shit.
Traitor!
Oh, shit! That's hot. That's so... Dude, that is, like, genuinely so attractive, the way he looks while doing that.
Anyway, bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skill would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code, so I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you become, eh? Come on! He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. About the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. Oh, come on! It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. Oh! He was innocent, goddammit! Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it. Understand? Oh my god! Dude, he hasn't seen you in 10 years! And he's like, fuck yeah, I die for my son. I protect the fuck out of my son, I don't care. I love my son. Oh my god!
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Oh, and Mr. McGilded, of course, but who cares?
Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. Well, so did we, but so can I really blame Gregson for doing that? The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah? What's up?
It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Gary Dub Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Let's go!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Ah, finally. Get me the hell out of here, man.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runa, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Damn right I am. Cosimo could never, especially from the grave. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Oh, what? What are you looking at me like that for?
Yeah, perjury, whatever.
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Better than murder, though, Pog!
I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, Determining that when played together the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Console. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. What? He's complimenting me? Say less, I'll take it. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Oh. Never mind, he's not. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, wait, who's this? Isn't that... Oh. It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. Yeah, what does it say? I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones. What is it? It'll be answered next game. Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back of the slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You got to change how you are yourself.
Talk your shit, Queen. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pup Winniebank, proprietor of a pawnbroking business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Mr. Gina Lestrade,
not guilty. Yeah! What? Oh. Please put the gun away. Oh, that's cute. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. I feel like his redemption arc is, it's coming in. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Kazuma? Through you, I'd hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. Dude, it's Kazuma, isn't it? So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Which is, probably not anytime soon, because, well, we got the two 999 games, we got Kingdom Hearts, yeah, it's not anytime soon, buddy. My goat! Congratulations, Gina, I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, don't be a hard ass, alright? Be happy. I know you're happy. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Because Naruto, odd, you don't get it. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. I'm gonna cry, stop. I love this character, you do not understand. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose... Oh, that's so Gina. I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, alright. I love her. Thanks. Oh my god, Gina's so goated, man. Pardon the interruption. Who's this? What? What is Gina looking at, bro? Oh, it's Sholmes. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling, with your constant yapping.
Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, it was me all along, you see? As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational dribble myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I say it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean, like, God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside.
You should really be worried, definitely. Oh no, Gina's gonna die, no! Cause McGilded died, so she's gonna die because he died. Right? That's how it works? Oh, I hope Gina doesn't die, man. I really do. There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here?
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Oh, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. Oh, they had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have.
Yo, what is with this game getting told off by a 10-year-old, bro? Fucking Barrack Von Zeeks, Herlock Sholmes, the entire courtroom. No one stands a chance against Iris, the doctor.
Odo?
Yes? Okay, this is the equivalent of a hug, I'd like to think. What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so I just shot you.
Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Huh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right. I see. Well.
Oh,
Thanks, Odo.
oh my god, I love this character, man! This character's so good! Oh, oh, not my heart, man!
Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me.
Oh, this... Oh, S-tier case, man. S-tier case. Shame she dies? Yeah. The Reaper back at it again, baby.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Oh, right, last time she mentioned the weather, too. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover? Oh, Susato! Miss Susato, where are you? Found her. How did Gina's trial go? It was horrible, but god damn it, I did it. It went well. She was acquitted. Oh, that's wonderful. Really wonderful news, dude. I don't... They somehow found a way to keep Susato's expressions so, like, minor. They're not, like, anime-esque, right? Like, it's, like, mouth agape. It's not like Sholmes, right? Where he's, like, constantly moving. has like these and other characters having like these very different facial expressions, like Ryunosuke. She doesn't have the movements of Shomes or the facial expressions of Ryunosuke, but it's very simple with her, right? But it works. It works so well. I'm not worthy practicing law in any way now. Yo! No, 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 no. I swear to God, if we get a Susato section in the next game where she's like the lawyer, remember when we played as Miles in Ace Attorney 3? What if we play as Susato for a little bit? Oh, that'd be so hype! Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo. I love that smile. That smile, dude, it gives me so much serotonin. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? It was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. What's up with that? As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Oh. Well, I guess that answers that. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? Asogi? What? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean anything to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? Dude, the setup for the second game is crazy. But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before. Dude, Iris is the GOAT, like, actually. When the message was playing on the music box, dude, I don't know how we progressed with anything in life without Iris. The first is Kazuma, yeah. Kazuma Sogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A Shin. Who's this? I don't know. I don't recognize that name. The third is what the Gurigasen. I don't know who that is either. But in the Japanese accent, Gregson. Okay. Guregusen. Yeah, Gregson. Yeah. And the last name. Oh, let me guess. Me. What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. It's Ryunosuke. The last name is J. Wilson. Oh! John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? No, that's so bad. That's so bad. Well, someone's gotta go. That is an insane cliffhanger. Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Oh. Oh. So cute. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Dude, whenever Susato and Gina tear up, like that shit gets me.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Oh, this is so cute. Oh, it's Wagahai! Wagahai is there! Oh my goat! Look at Wagahai! Look at You'll be a great Ace Attorney one day. Holy shit, they popped off. Oh, look at her little backpack! I've never seen that before.
To meeting the great detective.
What?
I'm sure there'll be trials.
I can't hear you. What?
Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Meanwhile, it's just ear grating music. Ear.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Why am I British? The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh? They caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault.
Huh? Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Miss Susato.
You love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes?
Yes?
A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
I think I know exactly the one. Oh, the callback. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Yay! We did it! That's so cool. I really like this game. I think it's mid as fuck, but what a good way to end it, huh? I'm sure the next game will be so much better, man. I can't wait to play it. Oh, Wagga High! Oh, Wagga High! Oh, this is so cute. This is the cutest little thing. You know what's missing from here, though? Gina. We need Gina. Wow. It's officially over. Oh my god. Oh, come on. Really? You love hammering this home, huh?